Contact ground on 121.8. Good day.
San Francisco ground Infinity 112 tree requesting pushback.
Infinity 112 tree pushback request accepted.
San Francisco ground Infinity 112 tree requesting the end of pushback.
Infinity 112 tree request to end pushback received.
San Francisco ground Infinity 112 tree ready to taxi IFR.
Infinity 112 tree taxi to and halt short of runway 28 left via taxiway Alpha Kilo Bravo Foxtrot cross runway 19 right Foxtrot cross runway 1 right Foxtrot. Contact tower on 120.5 when ready.
San Francisco ground Infinity 112 tree ready to taxi IFR.
Infinity 112 tree taxi to and halt short of runway 28 left via taxiway Alpha Kilo Bravo Foxtrot cross runway 19 right Foxtrot cross runway 1 right Foxtrot. Contact tower on 120.5 when ready.
Taxiing hold short runway 28 left using taxiway Alpha Kilo Bravo Foxtrot cross runway 19 right Foxtrot cross runway 1 right Foxtrot Infinity 112 tree.
Cessna 80 Tango contact NorCal approach on 120.9er. Good day. Going to 120.9er Cessna 80 Tango. Cessna 83 Yankee contact NorCal approach on 133.905. Good day. One tree 905 Cessna 83 Yankee. Goodbye. Cessna 19er Mike traffic is 12 o'clock 4 miles at 7,500 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 00 uniform traffic is 12 o'clock 4 miles at 4,700 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 19er Mike traffic in sight. Cessna 00 uniform traffic in sight. Cessna 9er hotel traffic is 11 o'clock 4 miles at 10,100 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 9er hotel have the traffic. NorCal approach Cessna November 4671710,000 feet. Cessna November 46717 NorCal approach altimeter 29er.9er2 radar contact continue. Cessna 717 traffic is 9 o'clock 2 miles at 9,200 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. NorCal approach Air Mucka 669er029er heavy 9,400 feet. Air Mucka 669er029er heavy NorCal approach altimeter 29er.9er2 radar contact continue. Cessna 901 November traffic is 3 o'clock 4 miles at 5,300 feet, Boeing B748. Report them in sight. Cessna 717 have the Cessna Skyhawk in sight. Cessna 901 November have the traffic. Cessna 52 Golf, contact NorCal approach on 120.1. Good day. Going to 120.1 Cessna 52 Golf. NorCal approach Cessna November 51311 is type Cessna Skyhawk 5 miles southeast of Livermore 600 feet. Request flight following. Cessna November 51311 NorCal approach. Squawk 2344. Squawk 2344 Cessna Tree 11. Cessna Tree 11 radar contact 5 miles southwest of 6 Tree Charlie November 1,000 feet. Altimeter 29.92. Cessna 67 Juliet traffic is 12 o'clock 4 miles at 7,600 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 717 traffic is 4 o'clock 4 miles at 7,500 feet, Boeing B748. Report them in sight. Roger, Cessna Tree 11. Cessna Tree 4 Lima traffic is 1 o'clock 2 miles at 7,500 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 717 have the traffic. Cessna Tree 4 Lima have the traffic. Cessna 67 Juliet traffic in sight. Cessna 58 Alpha. Goodbye. Cessna 15 Golf traffic is 3 o'clock 4 miles at 8,700 feet, Boeing B-748. Report them in sight. Cessna 15 Golf have the traffic. Cessna 901 November traffic is 7 o'clock 2 miles at 2,000 feet, Cessna Skyhawk.
Oakland Center, Cessna November 7058-110,000 feet. Cessna November 70581 Oakland Center altimeter 29er, 2 radar contact, continue. Oakland Center, Cessna November 482 November 10,000 feet. Cessna 858 Airport is 12 miles at your 10 o'clock. Maintain present heading and altitude, report runway in sight. Cessna November 482 November Oakland Center altimeter 29er, 2 radar contact, continue. Cessna 905 Delta traffic is 9 o'clock 3 miles at 10,100 feet, Boeing B-748. Report them in sight. Oakland Center, Cessna November 39er87 Golf 10,000 feet. Cessna November 39er87 Golf Oakland Center altimeter 29er, 2 radar contact, continue. Cessna 905 Delta traffic is 10 o'clock 4 miles at 10,000 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 23 November traffic is 4 o'clock 4 miles at 12,000 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Maintain present heading and altitude, Cessna 858. Cessna 858, I have the runway in sight. Cessna 858, you are 9 miles east of Charlie Alpha 54. Maintain present heading and altitude. Cessna 905, Delta traffic in sight. Maintain present heading and altitude. Cessna 858. Cessna 21 Romeo traffic is 9 o'clock 3 miles at 12,000 feet, Boeing B-748. Report them in sight. Cessna 585 traffic is 2 o'clock 4 miles at 10,000 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 21 Romeo have the Boeing B-748 in sight. Cessna 581 traffic is 2 o'clock 4 miles at 9,000 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 585 have the Cessna Skyhawk in sight. Cessna 581 have the Cessna Skyhawk in sight. Daughter 07 Victor, contact NorCal approach on 125.1. Good day. Daughter 07 Victor. Goodbye. Cessna 585 traffic is 1 o'clock 4 miles at 12,500 feet, Daughter TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daughter 24 tree traffic is 2 o'clock 4 miles at 9,000 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 6 tree Juliet, contact NorCal approach on 125.1. Cessna 10 Charlie, contact Oakland Center on 127.45. Good day. Cessna Tree 2 November, contact Oakland Center on 127.45. Good day. 127.45, Cessna 10 Charlie. Goodbye. Cessna 25 Kilo, contact NorCal approach on 120.95. Good day. 127.45, Cessna Tree 2 November. Goodbye. Going to 120.95, Cessna 25 Kilo. Center Daughter, November 1740 Kilo, is at flight level tree 05, climbing flight level tree 0. Daughter, November 1740 Kilo, Center radar contact, continue. Cessna 50 Bravo traffic is 2 o'clock 4 miles at 12,000 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. British Airways 6212, contact Oakland Center on 125.75. Good day. Cessna 50 Bravo traffic in sight. Cessna 89er Quebec traffic is 9 o'clock 4 miles at 12,000 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. 125.75, British Airways 6212. Goodbye. Malaysian 7552 Heavy. Goodbye. Center KLM 69er Tree 2 Heavy, flight level 230. KLM 69er Tree 2 Heavy, Center radar contact, continue. Cessna 9er 47 traffic is 7 o'clock 4 miles at 9,000 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Center Cessna November 59er 771, 12,000 feet. 59er 771 center altimeter, 29er decimal 9er, 2 radar contact, continue. Cessna 02 Alpha traffic is 2 o'clock 4 miles at 11,300 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 28 Charlie traffic is 2 o'clock 4 miles at 13,000 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Daher 87 Victor contact Oakland Center on 123.8. Good day. Going to 123.8 Daher 87 Victor. Airbus 28 Tango contact Oakland Center on 126.85. Good day.
Annabelle 6434 descend and maintain flight level 340. British Airways 6212 climb and maintain flight level 300. Keep speed not above 270 knots. Descend and maintain flight level 300. Keep speed not above 270 knots. British Airways 6212. Daher 60 Quebec contact Los Angeles Center on 127.1. Good day. Airbus 61 Mike, you are 500 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain flight level 250. KLM 8758 heavy contact center on 121.25. Good day. One two one decimal 25 KLM 8758 heavy. Goodbye. British Airways 6212 traffic is 7 o'clock 4 miles at flight level 320 Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. British Airways 4419er traffic is 12 o'clock 4 miles at flight level 300 Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. British Airways 6212 traffic in sight. British Airways 4419er have the Airbus A20N in sight. 121.25. Good day. $121.25 Goodbye. Relation 7552 heavy contact Los Angeles Center on 127.1. Good day. Going to 127.1 Malaysian 7552 heavy. British Airways 6212 contact center on 121.25. Good day. British Airways 6212. Goodbye. Daughter 06 Sierra contact center on 121.25. Good day. British Airways 4419er contact center on 121.25. Good day. $121.25 06 Sierra. Goodbye. $121.25 British Airways 4419er. Goodbye. Daughter 81 November Airport is at your 10 o'clock 12 miles. Maintain present heading and altitude. Report runway in sight. Maintain present heading and altitude. Daughter 81 November. Daughter 81 November, I have the runway in sight. Daughter 81 November, you are 11 miles southeast of Kilo Mike Hotel. Maintain present heading and altitude. Maintain present heading and altitude. Daughter 81 November. Descend and maintain flight level 300 British Airways 1353. Malaysian 6151 Heavy, contact Los Angeles Center on 124.625. Good day. Going to 124.625 Malaysian 6151 Heavy. $127.146 Bravo. Goodbye. Going to 127.1 Tree Charlie. Los Angeles Center, Giant 5126 Heavy, flight level 230. Giant 5126 Heavy, Los Angeles Center, radar contact, continue. Zulu traffic in sight. Daher 701 have the Daher TBM 9 in sight. Daher 297 climb and maintain flight level 280. Climb and maintain flight level 280 Daher 297. Daher 4 Tree Tango climb and maintain flight level 340. Climb and maintain flight level 340 Daher 4 Tree Tango. Corsair FGSKY 1216 Heavy, you are 300 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain flight level 180. Malaysian 6151 Heavy, contact Los Angeles Center on 132.3. Good day. .3 Malaysian 6151 Heavy. Goodbye. Descend and maintain flight level 180 Corsair FGSKY 1216 Heavy. Daher 297 contact Salt Lake Center on 133.45. Good day. Daher 4 Tree Tango contact Salt Lake Center on 133.45. Good day. Daher 701 contact Salt Lake Center on 133.45. Good day. Daher 04 Zulu contact Salt Lake Center on 133.45. Good day. Going to 133.45 Daher 701. Corsair FGSKY 1216 Heavy, contact Oakland Center on 125.75. Good day. 125.75 Corsair FGSKY 1216 Heavy. Los Angeles Center Cessna November 11535 ready to copy IFR clearance to Kilo Tango November Papa. Cessna November 11535 is cleared to Kilo Tango November Papa Airport as filed. Climb and maintain 9,000 feet. Departure frequency is 124.625 squawk 1617. Clearance void 30 minutes from now. Dahar Tree 9er Tango traffic is 5 o'clock 4 miles at flight level Tree 20 Dahar TBM 9. Report them in sight. Dahar Tree 9er Tango traffic is 5 o'clock 4 miles at flight level Tree 20 Dahar TBM 9. Report them in sight. Cessna November 11535 cleared to Kilo Tango November Papa Airport is filed. Climb and maintain 9,000 feet. Departure is 124.625 squawk 1617. Clearance void 30 minutes from now. Cessna 535 feedback correct. Good day. Dahar 72 Charlie traffic is 1 o'clock 4 miles at flight level Tree 70 Boeing B748. Report them in sight. Air Force 3049er traffic is 12 o'clock 4 miles at flight level Tree 70 Boeing B748. Report them in sight. Dahar 72 Charlie have the Boeing B748 in sight. Air Force 3049er traffic alert. For a clock less than 1 mile flight level Tree 70 Boeing B748. Report them in sight. Dahar 72 Charlie traffic is 4 o'clock 4 miles at flight level Tree 40. Report them in sight. Air Force 3049er traffic is 11 o'clock 4 miles at flight level Tree 40 Dahar TBM 9. Report them in sight. Dahar 72 Charlie have the traffic. Air Force 3049er have the Dahar TBM 9 in sight. Airways 6565 traffic is 1 o'clock 4 miles at flight level 290 Dahar TBM 9. Report them in sight. Dahar 90 Golf traffic alert. 1 o'clock, less than 1 mile, flight level tree 00, Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daher 90 Golf traffic in sight. Papa traffic is 10 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 290 Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daher 64 Alpha traffic is 10 o'clock, 3 miles at flight level 300 Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daher 50 Papa have the traffic. Daher 64 Alpha traffic in sight. Airways 6565, contact Los Angeles Center on 124.625. Good day. Daher 97 Hotel, you are 90 miles northeast. Descend and maintain 16,000 feet, expect vectors, visual runway 26 approach. Daher 54 Golf traffic is 9 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 310 Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daher 275 traffic is 9 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 320 Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daher 96 Kilo traffic is 9 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 305 Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. Daher 90 Zero Golf traffic is 11 o'clock 4 miles at flight level tree 20 Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daher 9 or 6 kilo traffic alert. 11 o'clock, less than 1 mile, flight level tree 05 Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. Daher 75 Lima traffic is 1 o'clock 4 miles at flight level tree 20 Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daher 9 or 6 kilo traffic in sight. Daher 75 Lima traffic is 12 o'clock 3 miles at flight level tree 20 Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daher 9 or 6 kilo traffic is 2 o'clock 3 miles at flight level tree 50 Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daher 75 Lima have the Daher TBM 9 in sight. Daher 9 or 6 kilo traffic in sight. Daher 9 or 6 Echo traffic is 4 o'clock 4 miles at flight level tree 30 Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daher 75 Lima traffic is 7 o'clock 4 miles at flight level tree 70 Boeing B748. Report them in sight. Daher 75 Lima traffic in sight. Airbus 16 Mike climb and maintain flight level tree 90. Daher 448 traffic is 3 o'clock 4 miles at flight level tree 00 Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Kilo descend and maintain flight level tree 10. Relation 412 tree heavy, you are 300 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain flight level 2 tree 0. Dahar 664 traffic is 9 o'clock 4 miles at flight level tree 10 Dahar TBM 9. Report them in sight. Descend and maintain flight level 2 tree 0 relation 412 tree heavy. Dahar 17 Juliet have the traffic. Sam 9er 600 heavy have the Dahar TBM 9 in sight. British Airways 784 tree traffic is 11 o'clock 4 miles at flight level tree 0 Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. British Airways 784 tree, you are 300 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain flight level tree 0. Descend and maintain 9,000 feet Dahar 08 Delta. Airbus A3 Papa have the Airbus A20N in sight. Air Force 9er 10 tree traffic is 12 o'clock 4 miles at flight level tree 20 Dahar TBM 9. Report them in sight. Air Force 9er 10 tree traffic alert. 2 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level tree 20 Dahar TBM 9. Report them in sight. Dahar 275 traffic is 9 o'clock 4 miles at flight level tree 60. Report them in sight. Air Force 8082 traffic is 3 o'clock 4 miles at flight level tree 20 Dahar TBM 9. Report them in sight. Dahar 275 traffic in sight. Air Force 8082 have the Dahar TBM 9 in sight. British Airways 1456 traffic is 9 o'clock 4 miles at flight level tree 10 Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daher 64 Zulu traffic is 1 o'clock 3 miles at flight level tree 10 Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. Air Force 8082, you are 300 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain flight level tree 60. Air Force 9010 you are 700 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain flight level tree 20. Descend and maintain flight level tree 20 Air Force 9010 tree. Descend and maintain flight level tree 60 Air Force 8082. Daher 08 Delta descend and maintain 7,100 feet. Descend and maintain 7,100 feet Daher 08 Delta. Daher 08 Delta descend and maintain 6,900 feet. Descend and maintain 6,900 feet Daher 08 Delta. Daher 275 traffic in sight. Los Angeles Center Air Force 6704 is at flight level tree 05, descending flight level tree 00. Air Force 6704 Los Angeles Center radar contact, continue to resume. Going to 124.85 Daher 17 Juliet. Airbus 128, you are 400 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain flight level tree 20. Airbus 83 Papa traffic is 9 o'clock 4 miles at flight level tree 20 Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Airbus 42 Alpha traffic is 11 o'clock 4 miles at flight level tree 10 Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Descend and maintain flight level tree 20 Airbus 128. Los Angeles Center, British Airways 186, flight level 260. British Airways 186, Los Angeles Center, radar contact. Continue to Orca. Dollar 1 tree X-ray traffic is 9 o'clock 4 miles at flight level tree 00. Report them in sight. Air Force 6704 traffic is 9 o'clock 4 miles at flight level tree 30 Dodger TBM 9. Report them in sight.
Descend and maintain 11,000 feet. Expect vectors. Visual runway 18 approach Dodger 78 Yankee. Dodger 75 tree descend and maintain 6,900 feet. Descend and maintain 6,900 feet. Dodger 75 tree. Dodger 22 Tango contact, Salt Lake Center on 125.575. Good day. Dodger 22 Tango. Goodbye. Dodger 9 Alpha descend and maintain flight level tree 40. Descend and maintain flight level tree 40 Dodger 9 Alpha. Airbus 10 Bravo traffic is 9 o'clock 4 miles at flight level tree 20 Dodger TBM 9. Report them in sight. Dodger 76 Whiskey traffic is 1 o'clock 4 miles at flight level tree 30 Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. Airbus 10 Bravo traffic in sight. Dodger 76 Whiskey have the traffic. Denver Center, Dodger November 2775 Zulu flight level tree 10. Dodger November 2775 Zulu Denver Center radar contact. Continue. Airbus 42 Alpha descend and maintain flight level 290. Denver Center Relation 8864 Heavy, 17,000 feet. Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. British Airways Tree 1, Tree 4 have the insight. Traffic is 9 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level Tree 0, Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daher Hotel Delta Mike traffic is 11 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level Tree 10, Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. traffic is 2 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 365. Report them in sight. British Airways 1342 traffic is 5 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 290 Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. Malaysian Tree 184 Heavy 16,000 feet. Malaysian Tree 184 Heavy Denver Center altimeter 29.9er, 2 radar contact, continue to Skyer. British Airways Tree 134 traffic is 9 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 260 Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. British Airways 2085 traffic is 9 o'clock, 3 miles at flight level 290 Airbus A20.
Canada 2685 Heavy contact Denver Center on 127.55. Good day. Air Canada 2685 Heavy. Goodbye. Niner Alpha traffic is 8 o'clock 4 miles at flight level tree 20 Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. Airbus Tree 1 Romeo traffic is 1 o'clock 4 miles at flight level 280 Daher TBM9. Report them in sight. Daher Tree Niner Alpha have the traffic. Airbus Tree 1 Romeo traffic in sight. Daher 50 Golf, contact Denver Center on 127.55. Good day. Daher 50 Golf. Goodbye. Hotel traffic in sight. Daher November 716 Tree Golf, flight level tree 30.
IFR to Green Bay, ready to copy. Daughter November 169er tree X-ray is cleared to Green Bay Airport as filed. Climb and maintain 13,000 feet. Departure frequency is 124 decimal tree 25 squawk 6466. Clearance void 30 minutes from now. British Airways Niner 797 descend and maintain flight level tree 10. Daughter November 169er tree X-ray cleared to Green Bay Airport as filed. Climb and maintain 13,000 feet. Departure is 124 decimal tree 25 squawk 6466. Clearance void 30 minutes from now. Airbus Tree Niner 2 traffic is 1 o'clock 4 miles at flight level tree 20 daughter TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daughter 42 Quebec traffic is 1 o'clock 3 miles at flight level tree 30 Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. Airbus Tree Niner 2 have the daughter TBM 9 in sight. Daughter 42 Quebec have the traffic. 118.575 daughter tree 5 whiskey. Goodbye. Albuquerque Center, daughter, November 9er, 6306 flight level tree 00. Daughter November 9er, 6306 Albuquerque Center, radar contact, continue. Daughter tree 06 traffic in sight. Albuquerque Center, daughter November 2902 Echo flight level tree 20. Sultan Niner 025 heavy contact Albuquerque Center on 1 tree 2.8. Good day. One tree 2.8 Sultan Niner 025 heavy. Goodbye. Daughter 00 Romeo traffic alert. 3 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level tree 20 Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. Daughter tree 86 traffic alert. 8 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level tree 20 Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. Daughter 00 Romeo traffic in sight. Albuquerque Center, British Airways tree Albuquerque Center, radar contact, continue. Albuquerque Center, Airbus November 86 Tree Niner, 2 flight level tree 30. Airbus November 86 Tree Niner, 2 Albuquerque Center, radar contact, continue. Decimal tree, 25 Airbus 84 Quebec. Goodbye. Albuquerque Center, British Airways Niner, 7 flight level tree 10. British Airways Niner, 7 Albuquerque Center, radar contact, continue to SAMPL. Daughter 28 Zulu climb and maintain flight level 280. Albuquerque Center, Daughter November 4158 Alpha flight level 280. Daughter 00 Romeo contact Denver Center on 118.575. Good day. Daughter Tree 86 contact Denver Center on 118.575. Good day. Airbus Tree 5 Alpha contact Denver Center on 118.575. Good day. Daughter November 4158 Alpha Albuquerque Center, radar contact, continue. Climb and maintain flight level 280 Daughter 28 Zulu. Niner 511 Heavy, you are 300 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain flight level 180. Descend and maintain flight level 180 FedEx Niner 511 Heavy. Albuquerque Center, Airbus November 48202 flight level tree 30. Airbus November 48202 Albuquerque Center, radar contact, continue. flight level, tree 30. AL 1685. British Airways Tree 275 traffic is 2 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level Tree 0 Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. Airbus Tree 2 traffic is 9 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level Tree 10 Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. Platform traffic is 2 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level tree 0, Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Airbus 202 have the Daher TBM 9 in sight. Daher 169er traffic is 3 o'clock, 3 miles at flight level tree 40, Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daher Tree 9er Zulu traffic is 9 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level tree 00, Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. Airbus 02 Papa traffic is 2 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 280, Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daher Tree 9er Zulu have the Airbus A20N in sight. Going to 126.85 Speedbird 4501 heavy. Airbus 29er Foxtrot descend and maintain flight level 270. Daher 00 Quebec descend and maintain flight level tree 10. Descend and maintain flight level 270 Airbus 29er Foxtrot. Descend and maintain flight level tree 10 Daher 00 Quebec. Airbus 6 Tree Echo, you are 400 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain flight level tree 00. Airbus Tree 9er Alpha contact Albuquerque Center on 126.85. Good day. Descend and maintain flight level tree 00 Airbus 6 Tree Echo. Airbus Tree 9er Alpha. Goodbye. traffic is 9 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 270 Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. Albuquerque Center, Daher, November 9er 185, Tango flight level 300. Daher, November 9er 185, Tango, Albuquerque Center, radar. British Airways 409er tree, traffic alert. 11 o'clock, less than 1 mile, 16,000 feet, Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. Airbus 787, you are tree 8 miles north. Descend and maintain 7,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 22 approach via Charlie Victor Sierra tree radial 12 DMER cleared to Charlie Victor Sierra. FedEx 9er 237 heavy climb and maintain flight level 200. Airbus Bravo Delta Golf contact Albuquerque Center on 1-2.65. Good day. Going to 1-2.65 Airbus Bravo Delta Golf. Climb and maintain flight level 200 FedEx 9er 237 heavy. Airbus 10 Quebec, contact Albuquerque Center on 1-2.8. Good day. FedEx 9er 237 heavy, contact Albuquerque Center on 1-2.8. Good day. 1-2.8 Airbus 10 Quebec. Goodbye. 1-2.8 FedEx 9er 237 heavy. Goodbye. Airbus Tree 9er Alpha traffic is 9 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level tree 20 Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. British Airways 6652 traffic is 9 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level tree 30 Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. Airbus Tree 9er Alpha have the Airbus A20N in sight. British Airways 6652 have the Airbus A20N in sight. Squawk 5641. Clearance void contact Albuquerque Center on 127.85. Good day. Airbus 69er Delta. Goodbye. Albuquerque Center Cessna November 60471 is at 7,000 feet descending 6,200 feet. Cessna November 60471 Albuquerque Center altimeter 29er.9er 2 radar contact continue. Albuquerque Center, British Airways 6531 is at 16,100 feet descending 7,000 feet. British Airways 6531 Albuquerque Center altimeter 29er.9er 2 radar contact continue to Charlie Victor Sierra. Albuquerque Center, Daughter November 665 for Papa Flight Level 280. Daughter 5, 4 Papa traffic alert. 6 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level tree, 20 Daughter TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daughter tree 5, Papa traffic alert. 12 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level tree, 20 Daughter TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daughter tree 5, Papa traffic alert. 12 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level, 280 Daughter TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daughter 8 tree 6 traffic alert. 6 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level tree, 20 Daughter TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daughter 8 tree 6 traffic alert. 12 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level, 280 Daughter TBM 9. Report them in sight. British Airways 9er contact Albuquerque Center on 127.85. Good day. Daughter 5, 4 Papa traffic alert. 6 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level tree, 20 Daughter TBM 9. Report them in sight. Cessna 471, contact Cannon approach on 118.4.
Albuquerque Center, British Airways 9er flight level tree 30. British Airways 9er Albuquerque Center radar contact continue. KLM 8308 heavy contact approach on 121.15. Good day. British Airways 9er contact Fort Worth Center on 126.45. Good day. Albuquerque Center, Cessna November tree 746 Yankee 9,300 feet. Cessna November tree 746 Yankee Albuquerque Center altimeter 29er.9er 2 radar contact continue. 45 British Airways 9er
10,000 feet. UPS trade 6 tree for heavy Fort Worth center altimeter 29er, 2 radar contact. Continue. Cessna 04 Quebec, contact Albuquerque Center on 126.85. Good day. Cessna 04 Quebec. Goodbye. Cessna 81 Echo. Goodbye. British Airways 81 Tree Tree. Cessna 40 X-ray traffic is 4 o'clock, 4 miles at 8,400 feet, Boeing B748. Report them in sight. EDA 50 Tree 2 heavy traffic is 12 o'clock, 4 miles at 8,400 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 40 X-ray traffic in sight. EVA 50 Tree 2 heavy have the traffic. Fort Worth Center, Aeronaval Tree 680 flight level 270. Aeronaval Tree 680 Fort Worth Center radar contact continue. Cessna 71 Foxtrot traffic is 11 o'clock 4 miles at 8,400 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 64 Kilo traffic is 2 o'clock 4 miles at 9,000 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 64 Kilo have the traffic. Cessna 71 Foxtrot have the Cessna Skyhawk in sight. Cessna 06 Echo traffic is 11 o'clock 4 miles at 7,900 feet, Boeing B748. Report them in sight. EDA 50 Tree 2 heavy traffic is 10 o'clock 4 miles at 9,100 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Daher 0 Tree Golf contact Albuquerque Center on 127.85. Good day. Cessna 06 Echo have the traffic. Going to 127.85 Daher 0 Tree Golf. EVA 50 Tree 2 heavy traffic in sight. Cessna 40 X-ray contact Albuquerque Center on 127.85. Good day. Going to 127.85 Cessna 40 X-ray. Victor, Corsair, FGSKY 19er, 71 Heavy, 8,000 feet. Cessna 27 Whiskey traffic is 1 o'clock 4 miles at 7,400 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 487 traffic is 10 o'clock 4 miles at 7,400 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 27 Whiskey have the Cessna Skyhawk in sight. Cessna 487 have the traffic. British Airways 6175 climb and maintain flight level 320. Climb and maintain flight level 320 British Airways 6175. Fort Worth Center, Daher, November 1500, Papa flight level 320. Daher, November 1500, Papa, Fort Worth Center, radar contact, continue to FRAAY. Cessna 27 Whiskey traffic alert. 3 o'clock, less than 1 mile, 7,400 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 487 traffic alert. 2 o'clock, less than 1 mile, 7,400 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 27 Whiskey have the Cessna Skyhawk in sight. Cessna 487 traffic in sight. Fort Worth Center, Cessna November 506, 245,000 feet. Cessna November 506, 24 Fort Worth Center altimeter, 29er, 2 radar contact, continue. Daher 15, Tango traffic alert. 11 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level, 330 Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daher 15, Tango traffic alert. 6 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level 330 Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daher 15, Tango traffic alert. 11 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level 310 Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daher 15, Tango traffic alert. 12 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level 290 Daher TBM 9. Cessna 12 Echo traffic is 9 o'clock, 2 miles at 9,000 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 12 Echo contact, Fort Worth Center on 133.5. Good day. Fort Worth Center, Cessna November 5, 6007, 9,000 feet. Airbus 15 Delta. Goodbye. Contact Fort Worth Center on 133.5. Good day. Going to 133.5, Dollar Tree, 1 Yankee. Cessna 447 contact Fort Worth Center on 133.5. Good day. Tree 608 traffic is 2 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level tree 70, Boeing B748. Report them in sight. Malaysian 2109er, heavy contact, Fort Worth Center on 133.5. Good day. Cessna 447. Goodbye. British Airways 49er, 68 descend and maintain flight level 290. Aranaval Tree 608 traffic in sight. Descend and maintain flight level 290 British Airways 49er 68. Airbus 65, Charlie contact Fort Worth Center on 128.4. Good day. Fort Worth Center, air level tree 608 is passing flight level tree 75, descending flight level tree 70. Air level tree 608 Fort Worth Center radar contact. Continue to Mike Quebec Papa. Cessna 07 Papa traffic is 3 o'clock, 2 miles at flight level tree 75, Boeing B748. Report them in sight. Cessna 07 Papa traffic in sight. Descend and maintain flight level 250 British Airways, tree 037. Fort Worth Center, British Airways, tree 172, flight level 260. Air Force Niner 021 climb and maintain flight level 400. Climb and maintain flight level 400, Air Force Niner 021. Cessna 535 traffic is 2 o'clock, 4 miles at 8,000 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 64 Zulu traffic is 2 o'clock, 4 miles at 7,000 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 535 have the Cessna Skyhawk in sight. Cessna 14 Alpha contact Shepherd approach on 118.2. Good day. Cessna 64 Zulu have the Cessna Skyhawk in sight. Cessna 14 Alpha. Cessna 13 November traffic is 8 o'clock, 4 miles at 9,000 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Airbus 13 Papa contact Fort Worth Center on 133.5. Good day. Airbus Tree 8 Lima contact Fort Worth Center on 133.5. Good day. 133.5 Airbus 13 Papa. Goodbye. British Airways rendezvous 179er, 2 heavy contact approach on 125.8. Good day. Cessna Tree 82 traffic is 10 o'clock, 4 miles at 4,900 feet, Boeing B748. Report them in sight. Going to 125.8 British Airways, rendezvous 179er, 2 heavy. to 133.5 Airbus Tree 8 Lima. Fort Worth Center, British Airways Tree 0 Tree, 7 flight level 250. British Airways Tree 0 Tree 7 Fort Worth Center radar contact, continue to JTROE. Cessna 59er Whiskey traffic is 2 o'clock 4 miles at 10,000 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 58 Echo traffic is 2 o'clock 4 miles at 7,000 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 59er Whiskey traffic in sight. British Airways Tree 0 Tree 7 descend and maintain flight level 2 Tree 0. Cessna 58 Echo have the traffic. Descend and maintain flight level 2 Tree 0 British Airways Tree 0 Tree 7. Cessna 72 Delta traffic is 8 o'clock. 128.1 Aero Columbia 7618 Heavy. Goodbye. Fort Worth Center, British Airways 189er flight level 240. British Airways 189er Fort Worth Center radar contact, continue to Skyer. Fort Worth Center, British Airways rendezvous 179er, 2 Heavy, 4,700 feet. Singapore 8028 Heavy contact, Fort Worth Center on 133.25. Good day. British Airways rendezvous 179er, 2 Heavy, Fort Worth Center altimeter, 29er.9er, 2 radar contact, continue. Going to 133.25 Singapore 8028 Heavy. Fort Worth Center, Daher November 8409er Whiskey flight level tree 40. Daher November 8409er Whiskey Fort Worth Center radar contact, continue. British Airways 189er, contact Fort Worth Center on 133.25. Good day. British Airways 189er. Goodbye. Daher 16 uniform traffic is 10 o'clock 4 miles at 4,500 feet. British Airways rendezvous 4716 Heavy contact Fort Worth Center on 126.775. Good day. Sultan 16 Tree Heavy contact Fort Worth Center on 126.775. Good day. FUS 2447 Heavy contact Fort Worth Center on 126.775. Good day. Cessna 44 Charlie traffic alert. 11 o'clock, less than 1 mile, 7,400 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. 126.775 British Airways rendezvous 4716 Heavy. Goodbye. Going to 126.775 FUS 2447 Heavy. 125.2. Good day. Center British Airways rendezvous 179er, 2 heavy, 4,300 feet. British Airways rendezvous 179er, 2 heavy, center altimeter, 29er, 2 radar contact, continue. Cessna 26 Victor traffic is 1 o'clock, 4 miles at 6,300 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Center Cessna November 4786 Whiskey, 6,300 feet. Cessna November 4786 Whiskey, center altimeter, 29er, 2 radar contact, continue. Cessna 86 Whiskey traffic is 5 o'clock, 4 miles at 6,000 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 26 Victor have the traffic. Cessna 86 Whiskey have the traffic. Aeronaval 716 flight level tree 0. Aeronaval 716 center radar contact, continue. Center Malaysian 6788 heavy, 8,200 feet. Malaysian 6788 heavy, center altimeter, 29er, 2 radar contact, continue. Malaysian 6788 heavy, descend and maintain 5,000 feet. Descend and maintain 5,000 feet, Malaysian 6788 heavy. Malaysian 6788 heavy, contact approach on 118.1. Good day. Going to 118.1 Malaysian 6788 heavy. Airbus 9er Papa, contact center on 124.75. Good day. Airbus Tree 4 Alpha climb and maintain flight level 270. Cessna Whiskey Delta Sierra, you are 47 miles west. Descend and maintain 11,000 feet, expect vectors, visual runway 19er approach. GIA 9700 heavy, contact Fort Worth Center on 1 tree 4.15. Good day. Going to 124.75 Airbus 9er Papa. Climb and maintain flight level 270 Airbus Tree 4 Alpha. Airbus Tree 4 Alpha, contact Fort Worth Center on 127.6. Good day. Fort Worth Center, Dahar November 4725, Charlie flight level tree 0. Dahar November 4725, Charlie Fort Worth Center radar contact, continue. Fort Worth Center, Dahar November 1751 Echo flight level tree 10. Dahar November 1751 Echo Fort Worth Center radar contact, continue. Dahar 25, Charlie traffic alert. 12 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level, 290 Dahar TBM 9. Report Worth Center, Giant 2567 Heavy is passing 12,300 feet, descending 8,000 feet. Giant 2567 Heavy, Fort Worth Center, altimeter 29.9er, 2 radar contact, continue to FINGR. Airbus 80 Victor, you are 39er miles northeast. Maintain present heading and altitude, expect vectors ILS runway 17 left approach. Cessna November 8711 Golf Fort Worth Center altimeter 29.9er, 2 radar contact, continue. Fort Worth Center, Cessna November 9er, 227 X-ray 8,200 feet. Cessna November 9er, 227 X-ray Fort Worth Center altimeter 29.9er, 2 radar contact, continue. Fort Worth Center, Daher November 5, 6 tree Sierra flight level tree 0. Daher 6 Bravo descend and maintain flight level tree 50. Descend and maintain flight level tree 50 Daher 6 Bravo. One tree 5.25 Daher 0 tree Sierra. Goodbye. Cessna 905 Romeo, you are 81 miles southeast. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Expect vectors, visual runway 25 approach. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Expect vectors, visual runway 25 approach. Cessna 905 Romeo. traffic is 10 o'clock 4 miles at 7,500 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 272 have the Cessna Skyhawk in sight. UPS 2687 heavy contact Fort Worth Center on 135.25. Good day. Singapore 4506 heavy contact Fort Worth Center on 135.25. Good day. Fort Worth Center, Aranaval 8 tree flight level 350. Decimal 9er, Alpha 5 traffic is 9 o'clock 3 miles at flight level tree 20 Dahar TBM 9. Report them in sight. Dahar Uniform Juliet Mike traffic is 11 o'clock 2 miles at flight level tree 50 Dahar TBM 9. Report them in sight. Aeronav 5 247 traffic alert. 6 o'clock less than 1 mile flight level tree 75 Boeing beat 748. Report them in sight. Aeronav 5 247 have the traffic. Fort Worth Center, LATAM 6629er Heavy, 4,000 feet. LATAM 6629er Heavy, Fort Worth Center altimeter, 29er decimal 9er, 2 radar contact, continue to Golf, Golf, Golf. Cessna 172 traffic is 10 o'clock 4 miles at 4,000 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Center Dahar, November, tree 4186 flight level 290. Dahar, November, tree 4186 center, radar contact, continue. Cessna tree 6 Quebec, contact Shreveport approach on 123.75. Good day. .75 Cessna tree 6 Quebec. Goodbye. Dahar Kilo Sierra Delta climb and maintain flight level tree 00. 2-4 tree traffic is 10 o'clock, 4 miles at 6,000 feet generic. Report them in sight. Generic 09er, 4 traffic is 9 o'clock, 4 miles at 9,000 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Daher Kilo Sierra Delta climb and maintain flight level tree 20. Generic 09er, 4 have the traffic. Cessna 2-4 tree traffic in sight. Center Cessna November 60 tree, 7 Tango, 6,200 feet. Cessna November 60 tree, 7 Tango center altimeter, 29er decimal 9er, 2 radar contact, continue.
Cessna Victor Juliet Lima traffic is 2 o'clock, 4 miles at 10,000 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna Victor Juliet Lima have the Cessna Skyhawk in sight. Cessna Tree 9er Foxtrot traffic is 6 o'clock, 4 miles at 6,300 feet, Boeing B-748. Report them in sight. Royal Dutch Airlines 8861 heavy traffic is 11 o'clock, 4 miles at 6,300 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Airbus 905 Bravo contact center on 126.325. Good day. Royal Dutch Airlines 8861 heavy traffic in sight. 126.325 Airbus 905 Bravo. Goodbye. Cessna Tree 9er Foxtrot traffic in sight. Cessna 9er 7 Quebec traffic is 3 o'clock, 4 miles at 6,300 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 9er 7 Quebec traffic is 2 o'clock, 4 miles at 6,200 feet, Boeing B-748. Report them in sight. Cessna Tree 9er Foxtrot traffic is 1 o'clock, 4 miles at 7,200 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Royal Dutch Airlines 8861 heavy traffic is 1 o'clock, 2 miles at 7,200 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 9er 7 Quebec have the traffic. Cessna Tree 9er Foxtrot have the traffic. Royal Dutch Airlines 8861 Heavy have the Cessna Skyhawk in sight. Center Malaysian 7358 Heavy Flight Level 200. Malaysian 7358 Heavy Houston Center radar contact continue. Descend and maintain flight level 350 Cessna 65 November. Houston Center Daher November 34186 flight level 290. Cessna Victor Juliet Lima contact approach on 125.4. Good day. Royal Dutch Airlines 8861 Heavy contact center on 126.325. Good day. 125.4 Cessna Victor Juliet Lima. Goodbye. 126.325 Royal Dutch Airlines 8861 Heavy. Goodbye. British Airways Rendezvous 2401 Heavy contact center on 126. Airways 4175 contact Houston Center on 127.85. Good day. Going to 127.85 British Airways 4175. Cessna 22 X-ray traffic alert. 1 o'clock, less than 1 mile, 5,900 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 42 Quebec traffic alert. 7 o'clock, less than 1 mile, 4,100 feet, Cessna 4 Cessna 61 Papa. Goodbye. Delta 186 contact Houston Center on 133.5. Good day. Houston Center Cessna November 8164 Whiskey flight level 400. Cessna November 8164 Whiskey Houston Center radar contact. Continue to SWUP. $133.5.186. Goodbye. Houston Center Cessna November 4871 Delta 8,000 feet. Cessna November 4871 Delta Houston Center altimeter 29.92 radar contact. Continue. Houston Center Cessna November 6810 Kilo IFR to Lima Tree 2 ready to copy. Cessna November 6810 Kilo is cleared to Lima Tree 2 airport as filed. Climb and maintain 4,000 feet. Departure frequency is 125.75 squawk 4264. Clearance void 30 minutes from now. Cessna November 6810 Kilo cleared to Lima Tree 2 airport as filed. Climb and maintain 4,000 feet. Departure is 125.75 squawk 4264. Clearance void 30 minutes from now. Cessna 10 Kilo readback correct. Good day. Cessna Tree 5 Zulu contact Houston Center on 133.5. Good day. Houston Center Cessna November 5355 Quebec 5,400 feet. One tree 3.5 Cessna Tree 5 Zulu.
Houston Center, Cessna November 04 Tree 5 Zulu 5,000 feet. Cessna November 04 Tree 5 Zulu Houston Center altimeter 29.9 2 radar contact. Continue. Daughter 76 hotel traffic is 12 o'clock 3 miles at flight level 290 TBM 9. Report them in sight. Houston Center, Cessna November 865 1 Juliet 6,000 feet. Cessna November 865 1 Juliet Houston Center altimeter 29.9 2 radar contact. Continue. Daughter Niner 2 Delta traffic is 12 o'clock 1 miles at flight level 290 TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daughter 76 hotel traffic alert. 6 o'clock less than 1 mile flight level 290 TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daughter Niner 2 Delta traffic in sight. Houston Center, Cessna November 175 for Quebec 5,200 feet. Cessna November 175 for Quebec Houston Center altimeter 29.9 2 radar contact. Continue. Daughter 76 Hotel, have the traffic. sight. Houston Center, Daher November 2508 Yankee flight level tree 10. Daher November 2508 Yankee, Houston Center radar contact. Continue to KOLBR. Houston Center, Aeronaval 5729er flight level 410. Aeronaval 5729er, Houston Center radar contact. Continue to ALLMA. Cessna 74 Foxtrot traffic is 9 o'clock, 2 miles at 4,700 feet, Boeing B748. Report them in sight. Cessna 74 Foxtrot, have the traffic. Daher 859er, have the Airbus A20N in sight. UPS 6207 Heavy, you are 300 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain 17,000 feet altimeter, 29.902. Descend and maintain 17,000 feet, UPS 6207 Heavy. UPS 1747 Heavy traffic is 1 o'clock, 4 miles at 6,000 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 50 Victor traffic is 11 o'clock, 4 miles at 4,600 feet, Boeing B748. Report them in sight. UPS 1747 Heavy, have the traffic. Cessna 50 Victor traffic in sight. Cessna 72 Hotel traffic alert. 10 o'clock, less than 1 mile, 6,100 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 62 Papa traffic alert. 3 o'clock, less than 1 mile, 6,000 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. 126.8 Aeronaval 7587. Goodbye. traffic is 9 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 330 Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daher 859er traffic is 3 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 290 Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daher 859er have the traffic. Cessna Tree 2 Mike contact approach on 119er decimal tree. Good day. Going to 119er decimal tree Cessna Tree 2 Mike. UPS 6207 heavy traffic is 9 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 1. Center UPS 6207 heavy, 17,000 feet. UPS 6207 heavy center altimeter, 29er decimal 9er, 2 radar contact, continue to COOUP. Center Cessna November 46258 ready to copy IFR clearance to Sierra Lima Juliet. Cessna November 46258 is cleared to Sierra Lima Juliet Airport as filed. Climb and maintain 3,000 feet. Departure frequency is 126.8 squawk 0022. Clearance void 30 minutes from now. Daher 80 Juliet contact Memphis Center on 125.975. Good day. Airbus 907 Foxtrot contact Houston Center on 133.5. Good day. Airbus 425 contact Houston Center on 133.5. Good day. Cessna 14 November traffic is 12 o'clock 3 miles at 7,800 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 2 Tree 2 traffic is 3 o'clock 3 miles at 10,000 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 2 Tree 2 traffic is 7 o'clock 4 miles at 8,400 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna Delta Uniform Juliet traffic is 11 o'clock 4 miles at 7,700 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 14 November traffic in sight. Cessna 2 Tree 2 have the Cessna Skyhawk in sight. Cessna 14 November traffic is 10 o'clock.
4 heavy. Goodbye.
Cessna 730 contact center on 132.6. Good day. Center FUS 59er 02 heavy 3,200 feet. FUS 59er 02 heavy center altimeter 29er decimal 9er 2 radar contact. Continue. Center Malaysian 719er 7 heavy flight level 190. Daher 859er descend and maintain flight level 330. Malaysian 719er 7 heavy center radar contact. Continue to Atubi. Descend and maintain flight level 330 Daher 859er. Center Aeronaval 7587 flight level 310. Aeronaval 7587 center radar contact. Continue to Papa India Echo. Aeronaval 7587 traffic alert. 1 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level 330 Daher TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daher 859er traffic is 8 o'clock 1 miles at flight level 310. Report them in sight. Daher 859er have the traffic.
Alpha, Papa Foxtrot Alpha Jacksonville Center radar contact, continue to pedal. Cessna 9 or 4 Romeo contact center on 127.65. Good day. Going to 127.65 Cessna 9 or 4 Romeo. Cessna 907 contact center on 127.65. Good day. Airbus 39er Alpha descend and maintain 3,000 feet. Cessna 907. Goodbye. Descend and maintain 3,000 feet Airbus 39er Alpha. Transworld Tree 772 heavy contact approach on 119.0. Good day. Transworld Tree 772 heavy. Goodbye. Airways 2172 climb and maintain flight level 260. Jacksonville Center Airbus November Tree 441 X-ray is at 2,900 feet, climbing 5,900 feet. Airbus November Tree 441 X-ray Jacksonville Center altimeter 29.92 radar contact, continue to TXNVS. Climb and maintain flight level 260 British Airways 2172. Giant 591 heavy traffic is 12 o'clock 4 miles at 8,000 feet Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. Airbus 41 X-ray climb and maintain 12,000 feet. Northwest 4540 heavy contact center on 127.65. Good day. Going to 127.65 Northwest November 46588 Jacksonville Center altimeter 29.902 radar contact continue. Daher Echo Mike Golf descend and maintain 7,000 feet. Daher Romeo Mike descend and maintain 5,000 feet. Daher Zulu Whiskey Quebec descend and maintain 5,000 feet. Daher Papa Yankee Quebec descend and maintain 3,000 feet. Descend and maintain 7,000 feet. Daher Echo Mike Golf. Daher Echo Mike Golf descend and maintain 2,000 feet. Descend and maintain 2,000 feet. Daher Echo Mike Golf. British Airways 2171 descend and maintain flight level 330. Cessna 90 Whiskey, you are 19 miles east. Descend and maintain 5,600 feet. Expect vectors visual runway 14 approach. UPS 6873 heavy contact Jacksonville Center on 119.1. Good day. Climb and maintain flight level 330 British Airways 2171. .1 UPS 6873 heavy. Goodbye. Contact Jacksonville Center on 134.15. Good day. One 134.15 $250. Goodbye.
4 traffic is 9 o'clock, 2 miles at 8,500 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna Tree 05 traffic is 8 o'clock, 4 miles at 4,000 feet generic. Report them in sight. Generic 84 Mike traffic is 1 o'clock, 4 miles at 4,000 feet Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Generic 84 Mike traffic in sight. Cessna Tree 05 have the generic in sight. Center on 1 tree 2.1. Good day. Ukraine International 6164 heavy contact Tyndall approach on 119.775. Good day. Going to 119.775 Ukraine International 6164 heavy. Jacksonville Center, Cessna, November 1884, Echo 8,100 feet. Cessna, November 1884, Echo Jacksonville Center, altimeter 29.9, 2 radar contact, continue. Cessna 84, Echo traffic alert. 6 o'clock, less than 1 mile, 4,300 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Jacksonville Center, Cessna November 6514 Echo 4,300 feet. Cessna November 6514 Echo Jacksonville Center, altimeter 29.9, 2 radar contact, continue. Cessna 84 Echo, have the traffic. Cessna 14 Echo traffic alert. 12 o'clock, less than 1 mile, 8,000 feet, Cessna Skyhawk. Report them in sight. Cessna 14 Echo, have the traffic. Daughter 646 contact, Tyndall approach on 125.2. Good day. $125.2 646. Goodbye. 2 UPS 687 Tree Heavy. Goodbye. Transworld 2260 Heavy, contact Miami Center on 1 tree, 2 decimal tree 5. Good day. Jacksonville Center, Cessna November, 625 tree November, 6,400 feet. UPS tree, tree 9er Heavy, contact Miami Center on 1 tree, 2 decimal tree 5. Good day. Cessna November, 625 tree November, Jacksonville Center altimeter, 29er decimal 9er, 2 radar contact, continue. You are 400 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain flight level, tree 9er. Descend and maintain flight level, tree 9er 0724. Center, Malaysian 9er 14 Heavy flight level 190. Malaysian 9er 14 Heavy Miami Center, radar contact, continue. Daughter Oscar Bravo, Lima Papa Victor, flight level 290. Daughter Oscar Bravo, Lima Papa Victor, Miami Center, radar contact, continue. Daughter 24 Alpha, traffic alert. 12 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level 300, Daughter TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daughter 46 Romeo, traffic alert. 12 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level tree 40, Daughter TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daughter 46 Romeo, traffic alert. 12 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level tree 00, Daughter TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daughter 5, Niner Charlie, traffic alert. 6 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level tree 00, Daughter TBM 9. Report them in sight. Miami Center, Malaysian 542 Heavy, 3,000 feet. Malaysian 542 Heavy, Miami Center, altimeter 29.9, 2 radar contact, continue. Daughter 5 Tree, X-ray traffic in sight. Daughter 62 Charlie, traffic alert. 6 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level tree 00, Daughter TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daughter 62 Charlie, traffic alert. 6 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level tree 20, Daughter TBM 9. Report them in sight. Daughter 65 Tree, traffic alert. 11 o'clock, less than 1 mile flight level tree 00, Daughter TBM 9. Report them in sight.
437. Goodbye. Cessna 46 Quebec descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Cessna 89er 2 descend and maintain 8,000 feet. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet Cessna 46 Quebec. Jacksonville Center Airbus November 7611 Hotel Flight Level Tree 0. Airbus November 7611 Hotel Jacksonville Center radar contact. Continue to downwind. Jacksonville Center Malaysian 9er 14 Heavy Flight Level 190. Malaysian 9er 14 Heavy Jacksonville Center radar contact. Continue.
o'clock, 4 miles at flight level tree 70, Boeing B748. Report them in sight. Daher Tree 2 Juliet have the traffic. Cessna 4 Tree Papa contact Tampa approach on 125 decimal tree. Good day. .125 tree Cessna 4 Tree Papa. Goodbye. Airbus 17 Papa contact Jacksonville Center on 1 tree decimal tree 25. Good day. Miami Center Daher November 415 for Sierra flight level tree 40. Miami Center Relation 4400 Heavy 4,400 feet. Malaysian 4400 Heavy Miami Center altimeter 29.9, 2 radar contact continue. 127.05 SAM 775 Heavy. Goodbye. Miami Center British Airways 16908 is at 8,500 feet climbing flight level 220. Daher Tree 2 Juliet contact Jacksonville Center on 1 tree decimal tree 25. Good day. British Airways 16908 Miami Center altimeter 29.9, 2 radar contact continue to HIKNG. 1 tree decimal tree 25 Airbus 53 Echo. Goodbye. Aeronaval 2171 descend and maintain 14,000 feet. Descend and maintain 14,000 feet, Aeronaval 2171. Center Aeronaval 749er2 is at flight level 200, climbing flight level 300. Center Speedbird Niner 76 Heavy flight level 190. Speedbird Niner 76 Heavy Center radar contact. Continue to Cabell. Speedbird Niner 76 Heavy contact Miami Center on 133.275. Good day. One tree 275 Speedbird Niner 76 Heavy. Goodbye. Cessna 26 Mike contact Miami Center on 133.275. Good day. One tree 275 Cessna 26 Mike. Goodbye. Daughter 17 Zulu descend and maintain flight level 230. Cessna 24 X-ray, you are tree 5 miles northwest. Descend and maintain 3,000 feet. Expect vectors. Visual runway 19er approach. Cessna 171 descend and maintain 3,000 feet. Cessna 24 X-ray descend and maintain 2,000 feet. Center Cessna November 5745 uniform 8,200 feet. Cessna November 5745 uniform center altimeter 29.9, 2 radar contact. Continue. Speedbird Niner 76 Heavy contact center on 134.75. Good day. One tree 4.75 Speedbird Niner 76 Heavy. Goodbye. Cessna Tree 6 Sierra contact center on 134.75. Sierra, contact approach on 127.05. Good day. Cessna train 6 Sierra. Goodbye. Generic 07 Romeo, contact approach on 124.125. Good day. Generic 07 Romeo. Goodbye. Cessna 02 Whiskey, contact approach on 124.125. Good day. Going to 124.125 Cessna 02 Whiskey. November Niner, 4 Tree Romeo, is at flight level 225, climbing flight level 280. Airbus November Niner, 4 Tree Romeo Center, radar contact. Continue to Sierra Golf Foxtrot. Daher Delta Whiskey Hotel, contact Miami Center on 133.275. Good day. Generic 5 Tree, Sierra, contact Miami Center on 133.275. Good day. Going to 133.275 Daher Delta Whiskey Hotel. Cessna Zulu Tango Romeo traffic is 2 o'clock 4 miles at 10,000 feet, Boeing Beat 748. Report them in sight. Giant 7721 heavy traffic in sight.
contact Miami Center on 132.45. Good day. One 132.45 Cessna 469er. Goodbye. Cessna 12 Foxtrot contact approach on 126.05. Good day. One 26.05 Cessna 12 Foxtrot. Goodbye.
terrain, too low, 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 terrain.
Center Cessna November 9er 630 Charlie is passing 9,600 feet, climbing 10,000 feet. Cessna November 9er 630 Charlie Miami Center altimeter 29.902 radar contact, continue to AUSTI. Miami Center Airbus November 541 Tree November is passing 9,100 feet, climbing 13,000 feet. Cessna Tree 0 Charlie contact departure on 126.05. Good day. Airbus 52 uniform climb and maintain flight level 270. Airbus November 541 Tree November Miami Center altimeter 29.902 radar contact, continue to Taki. Air Naval Tree 516 descend and maintain 3,000 feet. Climb and maintain flight level 270 Airbus 52 uniform. Descend and maintain 3,000 feet Air Naval Tree 516. Miami Center Cessna November 9er 552 Papa 3,300 feet. Cessna November 9er 552 Papa Miami Center altimeter 29.902 radar contact, continue. Descend and maintain flight level 180. Descend and maintain flight level 180825. Contact Miami Center on 132.15. Good day. One 132.15825. Goodbye. Airbus 1 Tree November climb and maintain flight level 270. Air Naval Tree 516, you are 12 miles east of Miami. Contact Miami Tower on 123.9er when inbound on the approach. FUS 7545 heavy descend and maintain 4,000 feet. Malaysian 2358 heavy contact Nassau Center on 125.7. Good day. Cessna 04 hotel traffic is 11 o'clock 4 miles at 4,200 feet, Boeing B748. Report them in sight. Cessna 04 hotel have the Boeing B748 in sight. Cessna 239er descend and maintain 8,000 feet. Descend and maintain 8,000 feet, Cessna 239er. contact Miami Center on 134.2. Good day. Going to 134.2 Airbus 52 uniform. Going to 125.7 Airbus 52 uniform. Miami Center Cessna November 10845 6,600 feet. Cessna November 10845 Miami Center altimeter 29.9 radar contact continue. Airbus 79er Echo contact Miami Center on 123.775. Good day. Going to 123.775 Airbus 79er Echo. British Airways 2776 contact Nassau Center on 125.7. Good day. Miami Center Air Force 2761 is passing flight level 230, climbing flight level 300. Air Force 2761 Miami Center radar contact continue.